Hello, welcome to the Late Show with your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. We're going to talk about watches. We are reviewing today, previewing the Hong Kong Christie's The Ultimate Collection auction. It is a single owner selection, a lot of usual suspects, some very predictable choices, but others that are quite interesting and unique. So it's well worth a look overall. Um, and it's impressive to see one person's journey through the world of watches, even though we don't necessarily know who that person is. There's a lot of interesting FP Jean watches, a lot of fascinating and very rare Lange, and of course some of the usual suspects again by Patek Philippe and Rolex. But in either case, still there are some very interesting examples, some very unique pieces as well. So that's what we will go through tonight. I will send a link into the chat just so you have an idea. But I wanted to share before that some of the horological content I posted on Instagram over the last few days. Feel free to follow me on Instagram as well. It really does help. I was able to visit the Bulgari boutique in Rodeo Drive. So they had some of the novelties there. This North American limited edition in 50 pieces. It is a limited run, somehow taking after some of the earlier limited editions they did, but really executing it in a unique way. When I heard they were going to do something with the Salmon dial, I was thinking that they would do something similar to what they did for Pisa, the Milano based authorized dealer for Rolex, Patek, and many other prestige brands. What they did there was a piece that was entirely executed in titanium, which is really the signature metal for the Octofinissimo. Let's be honest. But they did something quite different, something flashier, perhaps in a way more fitting to the American market, to be brutally honest. So, what we have here is, in fact, a stainless steel integrated bracelet version with a sunburst Tuscan copper dial, as they called it. It is really a chameleon in person and has all these shades of salmon, copper, nude, and even kind of a tinge of mauve, perhaps, right? There's like a little bit of purple in there almost. But it is a really beautiful watch. It's probably the flashiest one they have after the Blue Dial one. And I've said many times here since last year that salmon is the new blue. So everyone has to come up with something with this particular dial color, with this kind of execution. So it's no surprise that Bulgari has jumped on the bandwagon. Once again, they had something new, relatively new. Uh, Part of their 2022 novelties, they had introduced a hand wound 8-day caliber version. which they called BVL 199 SK. That's the name of the movement. But they had introduced it last year in a pink gold case and presented it on a leather band. This time they are back to their, again, signature look, which is sandblasted titanium, which is integrated bracelet. And as you can see, that sandblasted finish is actually extended to the dial and the movement as well. All those open worked bridges are finished in the exact same way as the rest of the watch, which allows those indices and the Arabic numeral at 12 o'clock, as well as, of course, the hands to really jump out in that mirror polished finish. They have been wise enough to keep the look with the off-center small seconds dial, which they use in a very important sense as the power reserve as well. If you can see right here, wait a second. When you look at the small seconds dial here, there are these cutouts at the perimeter, which fill up as you charge. And the most impressive thing about this caliber, of course, is that it holds that 8-day charge in a single barrel. A lot of times these week long or 8-day calibers are either two barrels in parallel or two barrels stacked upon each other. This is a single barrel, which you can see at 1 o'clock right here, all wound up in this particular case. I charged it up all the way. And it's both technically impressive and certainly visually imposing in a way that I think really deserves this sort of open worked exhibition. Hey, GD. Nice to see you, man. How are you doing? But yeah, this is a very impressive watch, and it's, again, it really depends on what perspective you are taking on this particular series. If you actually like the design, if you are invested in the Octofinissimo project, which seems to have come into its own now that they are past their 10th year anniversary, I think it actually presents a decent deal. There are not many watches like it, after all. And I think it's what, 25,000 US. It's not too bad. I mean, of course, the standard titanium remains around 15K. So this is slightly thicker than that, but also in so many ways even more impressive, even though the micro rotor caliber itself is quite a delight in its own right. So let's jump right into our auction. This is a live auction that's going to take place in Hong Kong in the last week of the month. I've covered most of the spring auctions that are going to take place in Geneva. So if you want to ask me any questions about that, feel free to send them in as we look over the May 25th auction tonight. Number 2503, or we just, let's see, if they all start with 25, yeah, more or less. 03 is so-called Kermit, right? This was the 50th anniversary Submariner. Submariner is a watch that was completed in 1953, but I think presented officially in 1954. Nevertheless, Rolex celebrated its 50th anniversary with this special edition in 2003. The model number, the reference number was 16610LV, lunette verte, to specify the green bezel. And as you know, the early versions have a bezel called a flat 4, which is very specific. This is not it. Flat 4 has basically a longer line here, rendered much less sharp. The early quote-unquote true versions of the 50th anniversary Rolex Submariner usually begin with a Y or F serial, right? The earlier the better, of course, Y being more desirable. But this is still a Kermit, of course, from around 2005. This particular piece comes with its full set of accessories and with the case back sticker intact as well, even though it is clearly worn. And at lot number 3, we have an estimate for this piece, which at its lower end is right around 12,750 in US dollars. It's juxtaposed in the next lot with the so-called Starbucks, right? This is the latest tricked out Submariner in the stainless steel range, 12661 LV, which replaced 11610 LV, which was called Hulk. This with the green ceramic bezel and the black dial, I suppose, resembles to a certain extent the Starbucks logo. So lot number 4 is a Rolex Submariner Starbucks with an estimate that at its lower end is right around 15,300 in US dollars. Welcome, everyone. We are looking right now at the Ultimate Collection auction, which is going to be held by Christie's Hong Kong as a live event on May 26th. At lot number 6, we have a early version of the Zenith Daytona, so to speak, reference 16520. It comes once again practically with its full set of accessories, sales tag, leather holder, product literature, presentation box, and outer packaging. Of course, the original warranty papers as well. This is from the A serial. Which places it towards the end of the series, right, to 1999, with the black dial. The Zenith Daytonas are becoming more popular for a couple of different reasons. First of all, because they present the last of an era, right, with year 2000, with Rolex's introduction of caliber 4130, the in-house integrated self-winding chronograph movement. We have literally entered a new era in watchmaking where this idea of having an in-house movement, having a vertically integrated manufacturer, so on and so forth, all of these things became the buzzwords of the entire industry, and not only Rolex. To what extent every single brand abides by these standards that they advertise themselves by, that they set for themselves, that is a discussion for another day. But no one can deny how these keywords have taken over marketing in the horological space. But before that, in 1988, Rolex had contracted Zenith to outsource from them the Zenith El Primero 400 calibers, which of course presented some of the most important and historically significant movements in that space, as one of the first, if not the first, integrated self-winding chronograph movement. And this, in many ways, has changed the fortunes of Rolex's sports chronograph in the eyes of the collectors. It's helped Daytona tick up in popularity, which of course raised the fever pitch after the introduction of the in-house movement. And I should add that with the new Rolex Daytona product family that has been introduced in Watches and Wonders 2023, the 126-500 series, we have an aesthetic again on the face of it that is quite similar to how the first generation of automatic Daytonas looked. And I don't think that's a coincidence either, because as much as this year was the 60th anniversary of the Daytona line altogether. It was also the 35th anniversary of automatic Daytonas. So I think that was, in a way, a tip of the hat to one of the OGs. So expect these pieces to pick up in value slowly but surely. This particular example at lot 6 of the Ultimate Collection at Christie's Hong Kong has an estimate that at its lower end is right around 25,500 in US dollars. Hey, Van Lux, how are you doing, man? JB, love you. Picture of the movement, you mean the Rolex 4030? Unfortunately, not this example, but yes, I can pull it up very quickly. The main modification achieved by Rolex for that movement is obviously the reduction of the frequency from 5 hertz. As you know, the Zenith El Primero is famously a high beat caliber. Rolex reduced it to 4 hertz, which obviously reduces also friction, arguably extends service intervals. But as you can see, it is a column wheel, self-winding chronograph movement with Rolex's own rotor. That is Rolex's version of caliber 400, which they call 4030. There's actually, very interestingly, 2 more iterations of the piece in the same collection. So let's look at them together. This is quite an education. Lot number 6, or 2506, was a late model in the production around year 1999 with the A serial. Now we're looking at lot number 7, which is our serial, placing it at the beginning of the production. These are, let's look at it like this first, called floating dial, floating cosmograph dial, since the 5-line writing actually has a line skipped right here between officially certified and cosmograph, to the extent that it seems like the cosmograph writing is somehow floating between the hand stack and the excessive branding at around 12 o'clock. And you'll also see that this is an inverted 6 dial, where you have number 6 at the 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock, placed there as if it were inverted, even though it really is placed radially around that outer ring, and kind of follows the placement of the hand. But anyway, that is something that Rolex revised in later editions. But this is a floating Mark 1 dial. Here you can see it at close-up. 10 years before the example you see at lot 6. different clasp. You can even say different bracelet. As you can see, this is not yet a bracelet where you have the polished center links, which were introduced momentarily, basically, to the Daytona line in stainless steel. So this is lot number 7. Since it's a little earlier in the production series and has these slight quirks in terms of the dial, it has a little bit of a premium. So instead of 25,500 at the lower end of the estimated value, here you have a watch that's around 44,600 at the lower end of the estimate. And you can simply double that for the higher ceiling that makes up Christie's pre-auction estimate. And 2508, lot number 8, is a so-called 4-liner, because it basically does away with the officially certified. So this time you have Rolex Oyster Perpetual Superlative Chronometer Cosmograph. In the floating version, you had Rolex Oyster Perpetual Superlative Chronometer, officially certified, skip line, floating Cosmograph. This is a 4-liner. Still the same bracelet. And as you can see, 4 lines of writing right under the coronet at 12 o'clock. This is still from the first few years of production. L serial with the 4-line Mark II dial from around 1990. This is finally still with the inverted 6. And with an estimated value that is somewhere in between the two, more than 38,200 US dollars at the lower end. Another reference, 16520 with the black dial, one of the 3 in this auction that were placed back to back, which is not to say one of the only 3 black dial Daytonas, because this collector most certainly loves his Daytonas. Well, their Daytonas, let's not be presumptuous. Here is the 116-500 LN, the gone but not forgotten, the recently discontinued version, black ceramic tachymeter bezel and black dial. You can probably immediately tell some of the telltale distinctions between movement 4030 and 4130 and how it is reflected on the dial. The upper 2 chronograph registers are shifted upward ever so slightly, so they are no longer perfectly aligned with the crown and the imaginary line that would cut right through 3 o'clock, go through the hand stack and through 9 o'clock, and which would divide the dial evenly, does not actually go through those chronograph hands. And the continuous running seconds is shifted from 9 o'clock to 6 o'clock. This is 116 500 LN with the black dial, recently discontinued at lot 2509 with the lower end of the estimate at around 20,400 in US dollars. We have also the Panda version of the same watch, as you can see, with the white dial, black outer rings of the chronograph registers that echo with the black ceramic dial. This piece, much like the lot 2509, is in unworn condition and is offered as a full set in this auction. And at the lower end of the pre-auction estimate, we're looking at 23,000 in US dollars. And they have this very handy cost calculator in every single lot here. So that would be, for example, if it ended at that lower end of the estimate, the final cost would be in the range of $29,000, including the buyer's premium. Which is in the range of 25-26%. 2511 is, I think, still underrated, and on the secondary market at least, if not necessarily in this auction, undervalued watch. This is the 116509 in white gold with the sunburst blue dial, red accents. This model, along with the 116508, which is simply called the John Mayer now because of that infamous Talking Watches Part 2 episode that was filmed by Hodinky and with Ben Clymer. Those four watches, the two steel versions with white and black dial with the black ceramic bezel, and these two precious metal versions, white gold with blue dial and yellow gold with green dial, were introduced at the same time. For a while, the precious metal versions had to live under the shadow and away from the hype that the ceramic bezels have attracted to the Daytona, but that wasn't for that long. And 116508 really picked up, and even more excessively now after the official discontinuation. 116509 is still very much living under the shadow of that entirely discontinued product line. I think it still provides some interesting value on the secondary market. Here you have a version of it that is offered as a full set, even though it's not unworn like the other some of the other Daytonas that are offered here. This is lot 2511. A Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 116509, a white gold with the blue sunburst dial. The lower end of the estimate places the pre-auction estimated value of this watch right around 30,600 in US dollars. Please hit the like button. That really helps to boost numbers a little bit and bring a little more attention to my stream. I really appreciate it. If you have any questions, any watch related questions at all, and specifically any questions about the lots listed in this auction, feel free to send them in with a super chat, and I'll be more than happy to dive deeper and go into historical and horological detail regarding those watches. This is, of course, the ultimate hype these days, now that it's discontinued, especially. Another piece that is offered as a full set as part of this auction at lot 2512. This is a 116508 Rolex Cosmograph Daytona in 18 karat yellow gold, matching bracelet and green dial with red accents in the chronograph registers. The model known as the John Mayer. This piece is incredibly desired and has seen its fortunes wax and wane over the years, but has again jumped up to six figures on the secondary market, at least in terms of how it lists on the secondary market. And in this auction, according to the pre-auction estimates, we have the lower end of that estimate around 51,000 in US dollars. That was lot 2512 Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 116508, John Mayer, offered as a full set. $25.13, lot number 13, is basically the top of the line Rolex Daytona from the last generation. This is the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 116506, the model that was introduced on the 50th anniversary of the series of the Rolex Daytona, with that maroon, chestnut brown tachymeter bezel, the ice blue dial that Rolex reserves for their platinum watches, and finally, in this choice edition, actually baguette cut diamonds with the invisible setting as the indices, as the hour markers. Of course, it is also offered, and this is still the case, with luminous markers as well. But I think this is a very discreet and also luxurious touch for the 116506. This piece is once again offered as a full set. And at lot 2513, the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, entirely executed in 18 karat, entirely executed in 0.950 platinum, and with an ice blue dial that is set with baguette cut diamonds for the indices. The lower end of the pre-auction estimate puts the value of this watch around $83,000 in US dollars. This is not the only platinum Daytona in this auction, because the next lot has a version of it that actually has the luminous markers, but a pavé diamond dial, diamond pavé dial, a dial covered with encrusted diamonds and blued hands for contrast. The same can be said for the plots of those luminous markers. That makes the dial a little more legible. The case back sticker is still intact for this particular watch, even though it has been worn. It looks like it is in pristine condition and arrives as a full set, like many of the examples we have looked at for this auction. This was lot 2514, Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, 116506, entirely executed in platinum with the maroon ceramic bezel and the diamond encrusted dial. In this case, ice blue chronograph registers. The lower end of the pre-auction estimate puts the value of this watch right around 100,000, 102,000. Let's put it like this in US dollars, 102,000 US dollars or more. Of course, no such collection would have been complete with a Paul Newman, which awaits us in the next lot. We're looking at the Ultimate Collection, which is a live event organized by Christie's Hong Kong that is going to take place on May 26th. And you knew it, in Hong Kong. It is seemingly a single owner collection. We're looking at reference 6264 with the exotic Paul Newman dial on its matching riveted oyster bracelets, bakelite bezel insert, pump pushers. An example that is in a very good aesthetic condition. Of course, this is a model that comes from the late 60s / early 90s, only in production for 3 years between 1969 to 72. Ever so desirable because of the name association Paul Newman and because of its relatively rare exotic dial. The Art Deco numerals in the chronograph registers having reached a certain iconic status of their own, with the panda configuration, slightly patinated, largely white backgrounds with black chronograph registers. This is The Rolex Cosmograph Daytona reference 6264 with the Paul Newman exotic dial at lot 2515. The lower end of the estimated pre-auction estimate for this watch places its value above $250,000 in US dollars. That was a reference 6264, a Paul Newman Daytona with the exotic dial at lot 2515. Again, we're continuing a theme here. As you know, one of the personal Daytonas that once belonged to Paul Newman that was sold in the auction market was a big red, just like this one. This is a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 6263, all in stainless steel, presented on a matching bracelet, screw down pushers, black dial, a black bakelite bezel insert for the tachometer, and against the background of a black dial, you have the model name Daytona emblazoned in big red writing, hence the name of this particular iteration. At lot 2516, this Rolex Daytona reference 6263 big red has a pre-auction estimate that places its value right around 57,400 US dollars. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you, St. Peter. Nice to see you, man. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's go back to the 116506 with the pavé dial. I think the hands are too blue for me and too perfectly blue for me to think that they're heat blued. I have a sneaking suspicion that they are probably painted, possibly lacquer painted in this case. Not necessarily a deal breaker, not necessarily something bad. Don't take me wrong. Um, but I feel like I have said possibly heat blued before, and I'm doubting it now that we are taking a closer look. And again, thank you, St. Peter, for the $5 and Jake Brooks for the $9.99. Much appreciated. Yeah, I don't know which one I prefer better. Honestly, I like the fact that these really, like you said, JB, this really makes those ice blue dials pop. And I like how these like stark cobalt blue hands play along with all those different elements. I think my favorite is still with the baguette cut diamond indices that are kind of invisible set. But this is great as well. Who would say no? I don't know if they still have something like this in the lineup. I mean, at the end of the day, this was one of those off catalog pieces to begin with. I think anything beyond the 116506 and 116506 with the baguette cut diamond indices was an off catalog piece that was reserved for the, you know, VVIP clients. I mean, if you're getting a platinum watch, you might as well go to full Monty. So it makes sense. Yeah, I just think there's a certain sense of subtleness to this watch, which certainly isn't subtle. But I remember seeing it for the first time in the flesh, so to speak. And if I weren't told that those were diamond indices, I could mistake them easily for just the elongated versions of the regular luminous markers. And I like that. I like that sort of subtlety, and I think it fits with the general air of the watch as well, right? It is a white metal watch, but it is fully executed in platinum, so it has an immense heft. It's a Daytona on an oyster bracelet, so it does in a way look like a sports chronograph, but obviously with that ice blue dial, you know that it is something special with that slight, brownish accent, kind of oxblood color on the bezel. You know it's something different to the standard stainless steel version, which is already a very special watch. We have another interesting gem set, Tutti Frutti version, or candy as they called it here. This is lot 2517. Nice. Haribo, yes. Guys, I remember one of my early experiences of reading the Amazon reviews. I don't know if they have been edited in any way, but one day, if you are completely bored out of your mind, read the Amazon reviews for Haribo sugar free. My God. It's incredible. But yes, this is the candy gem set bezel for the Yachtmaster 40 in pink gold, which I like quite a bit, actually. I know it has been a very divisive watch. Some have flocked towards it because it was, for all intents and purposes, the kind of luxury submariner that they have always aspired to. And the red writing on the dial was just the icing on the cake. Others were turned off by it because they weren't particularly into pink gold watches, or specifically found Rolex's version of it, the so-called Everose, as looking a little too obnoxiously coppery. I respect both views. I lean a little towards the former. I think this is a very elegant watch in its standards version with the black ceramic bezel, which affords actually a beautiful contrast with the case and uh, really gives the watch a relatively muted look, which you cannot say about this particular version. Um, it is really a candy store kind of thing. I do appreciate that it has an arrow of sorts, a pointer of sorts, with the help of this triangular cut stone, which probably is a diamond. It's not, the quality of the picture is not that great, but looks like it. So there's still some function in that bezel if you want to use it for timing, even though it's not graduated in any way. Well, I mean, you can use the purple as part of that scheme, I guess. Anyway, because every fifth is purple, and they have always used the same sequence of the stones. Anyway, maybe that's too confusing for us small-minded sports watch wearers. This is the Yachtmaster Tutti Frutti, or Candy as they represent it here, or as they present it here. Reference 11665, sorry, 116695 SATS at lot 2517. The lower end of the estimates places the value of this watch at around 83,000 in US dollars. St. Peter prefers, I think the Haribo should have been rendered in white metal to better express the color of the gemstones. Listen, I mean, it's yes, but I think once again you are giving too much credit to the designers, or too much agency, I should say, perhaps, to the designers who work for these companies. I'm sure a lot of them have certain visions that they would want to implement, but it's probably getting turned down by the market. I also want to say that perhaps when this model was introduced, the Yachtmaster 42 in white gold was not yet out even. That's one possibility. And two, having seen the white gold versions of the Rainbow Daytona, I feel like they're just not loud enough, for this sort of watch, which is not really about, let's find a refined and aesthetically pleasing way of setting off the gemstones. It's just supposed to be a loud, obnoxious, fike off kind of watch, which is not really my style, but it exists, and it is, especially with the particular appeal of off the catalog pieces with Rolex. They have been quite popular in the last few years. So this was lot 2517, the Yachtmaster Tutti Frutti, reference 116695 SATS, with the lower end of the estimate, right around 83,000 in US dollars. We're almost approaching 1 hour, so please hit the like button. It really does help. It makes all the difference for me. We have the white gold Submariner here. I believe this is a unique dial in an important sense. I want to say that because I think the so-called Smurf, as you know, has a matte blue dial, whereas this particular piece, which is again one of those off the catalog pieces, has a sunburst blue dial, which I think actually looks even better and looks also better than how it looks in contrast on the bluesy, you know, from the yellow gold case and bracelet or from the yellow gold accents. I think it is quite beautiful with not only a bezel that is set with sapphires and diamonds, but also the lugs and crown guards that are set with diamonds as well. This is a piece that comes again as a full set, as of the many other examples that we have seen in this auction. This is the 116659 SABR, the 18 karat white gold Rolex Submariner with a diamond and sapphire set, unidirectional rotating timing bezel, a blue sunburst dial, and the lugs and crown guards set with diamonds as well. The piece has a pre-auction estimate that puts its value around $70,000 at the lower end. We're having a little bit of a vintage flavor for the next half dozen pieces. One is an absolute classic with a nicely and subtly faded bezel and clearly an early enough example of the piece with a glossy gilt dial, a small arrow 24-hour hand, and also these beak-like crown guards, the early iteration of the crown guards that are called cornino in Italian, a beautifully faded bezel, both for the night hours and the day hours, both for the red and the blue. You can see that small arrow hand, number 8. Some of the elements of the gilt glossy dial. The tips of the cornino crown guards that have not lost their definition altogether, that have certainly seen some polish over the years. It can happen. And of course, the original riveted oyster bracelet, which is period correct. This is lot 2519, a Rolex GMT Master, reference 1675, stainless steel on the matching riveted oyster bracelets, and with the relatively rare combination of the small arrow 24-hour hand and the Cornino crown guards, which have this beak-like shape. Lot 2519 has a pre-auction estimate which puts its value at the lower end around 23,000 in US dollars. A very beautiful example of a beautiful watch, kind of, what you would conjure up in your mind if you were thinking of the perfect example of 1675. Sure, the case could have been in a better condition, but then it would be too perfect and perhaps too perfect to actually be credible. I mean, some of these watches are by now almost 60 years old, right? So it makes me more suspicious sometimes to see the time capsule versions that have all the patina on the luminous material matched, dial, hands, the original factory finish with the perfect chamfers, eagle beak crown guards that can cut into your hand. It sounds a little bit unreal. It seems a little bit unreal, too good to be true. So sometimes examples like this, like the GMT Master 1675 at lot number 2519, are actually more credible for me. Speaking of which, we have one of the platonic ideals of the gold sub at lot 2520. This is the sliced alone, so to speak, the 1680 gold submariner. Feet first, applied coronet, nipple dial, and of course what you have is a very well preserved example case, bracelet, and dial of that original gold sub. The 4-digit series, of course, the 1680, heralded the integration, the introduction of the calendar function, of the date window, which is iconically matched with the Cyclops magnifier in Rolex watches. And you can see how sharp this particular case is. That is enviable condition, and that is the kind of condition that always raises suspicion. But then again, a lot of times, and this is really the paradox, with Rolex, you have this problem less, and I have kind of fanboyed over the years and also on this live show to you how a lot of the Rolex professional watches, a lot of the Rolex stainless steel sports watches are almost in enviable condition compared to watches from other brands, from their contemporaries. Um, but there's also, the general phenomenon. That doesn't mean this is always true. That precious metal watches, that gold watches, are usually a little better preserved for obvious reasons, you might say, right? For a lot of people, gold watches were reserved for special occasions. They weren't worn day in, day out. They weren't uh, kicked about, but more often babied compared to their stainless steel counterparts. So it's more often than not, when you find a watch like this, it's not neither here nor there, neither fish nor fowl. It's either polished to bits and out of all recognition, or a very well preserved example. Again, there are always exceptions on either end, but somehow this does happen. So it's not fully incredible that there's a case like this. The hallmarks seem quite crisp and quite credible. Yet again, um, they even recreate those when they refinish some of these cases. So who knows? But in this case, again, I don't see anything to the contrary, but I always advise some sort of caution when you're approaching these kinds of watches. If you're interested in anything you come across on these auctions elsewhere and you can't quite make up your own mind, you need a helping hand, you need a guide. I'm always here for you. You can always reach out to me. You can do that by just leaving a comment under one of my videos. You can do that by, of course, finding me on Instagram, and that is at young.brando. And you can always send me an email at lordhellespont5 at gmail.com. That is lordhellespont v at gmail.com. So feel free to reach out to me if you ever are bidding on one of these items, if you are ever unsure about something that you are otherwise interested in. I can certainly offer my educated opinion. This is lot 2520, and its pre-auction estimate puts the value of this Gold Submariner reference 1680/8 with the nipple dial at around 20,400 in US dollars. Hey, Stephen, nice to see you. You are not giving up on this crusade against Grand Seiko, I see. It's that name stuck. Thank you for being here, and please hit the like button. We're looking at the Ultimate Collection, which is a live event that Christie's will hold in Hong Kong on May 26th. If you have any questions about these particular lots, if you want me to go into some detail, feel free to send in the lot number with a super chat. I highly appreciate it. At lot 2521, we have one of my favorite Rolex vintage watches of all time. This is the reference 1665, the Sea Dweller Double Red, DRSD as it's sometimes abbreviated, a Mark IV dial with a lovely oversized triangle at 12 o'clock, two lines of red writing, Sea Dweller Submariner 2000. That Tropic Superdome acrylic crystal, which gives a lovely distortion to the view of the dial, adds some sort of mysterious warmth to it. At the time, Rolex wasn't able to apply to their crystals that extra cyclops, to these superdome crystals, that extra cyclops. That's why the Sea Dweller, up until the most recent generation, always had crystals that harkened back to that visual language, even though Rolex, of course, much later had that technology. Rolex, of course, much later started using flatter crystals for even the Sea Dweller. But anyway, this is the OG. Of course, distinguished by its fatter, thicker case as well compared to its contemporary Submariners, and with the helium escape valve that sits flush on the left flank of the case at 9 o'clock. That is the source, in part, of its increased depth rating. This is an example, once again, that has the Mark IV dial, which is one of the nicest examples of the maxi dial, so to speak, with very generous, fat plots of lume. And at the depth rating, you can see that the 6 is closed. In earlier iterations of this dial, you had an open 6, just like the date right here. Anyhow, that moment of autism brushed aside. This is lot 2521, Rolex Sea Dweller reference 1665, double red Sea Dweller with the Mark IV dial, with the estimated value that is placed right around 25,500 in US dollars. Lot 2522 is a special reference of the 4-digit sub with the added helium escape valve, as you can see right here, that was made for the commercial diving company Comex, French diving company, which was used often, whose services were often contracted to discover offshore oil reserves. 1514 is essentially a counterpart to the 1513, but they were never sold to civilians and exclusively issued to Comex and have that dedicated reference number. And of course, the added helium escape valve on the left flank of the case with at right around 9 o'clock. Beautifully preserved case as well. Very romantically faded dial and bezel insert. A fantastic example. Here's a close-up of the Comex logo and the writing of the dial on the dial. This is Rolex Submariner 5514, the Comex model from the late 70s. The example is really top quality, as they note in the lot essay, which of course ends up with a very salty price tag. This is lot 2522, the Rolex Submariner Comex, reference 5514 from around 1973. The pre-auction estimate puts the value of this watch at around 153,000 US dollars at its lower end. An absolute grail at lot 2523. You remember I was talking a little bit of trash about the presentation boxes of early Royal Oak jumbos from the reference number 5402 ST. This is an A series. Do you understand what I mean now? I mean, doesn't this box look like the lid of like a vintage trash can? You know, I love Gerald Janta, but I want to think that he wasn't involved in the design of this presentation box, even though knowing some elements of his design process, which really aspired to a certain integral vision, I'm afraid he might have. And this is probably one Janta design that I cannot countenance. I cannot actually like. I cannot begin to push myself to like it even. But hey, it is the OG. It is the A series Royal Oak Jumbo, down to the clasp of the bracelet. The dial in that deep shade of night blue, which from most angles may even be mistaken for black, with the initial logo at 6 and the Audemars Piguet written out at 12 o'clock in the older font. Perfect two-hander with the date at 3 o'clock. It is accompanied by a certificate of authenticity from Audemars Piguet and its original presentation box. An A series piece that was purchased in 1974. Here put up for auction, going under the hammer on May 26th in Hong Kong. Royal Oak Jumbo, reference 5402 ST, has its estimated value at the lower end, right around 76,500 in US dollars, at the lower end of the pre-auction estimate. As a counterpart to that, at lot 2524, we have the 50th anniversary version. That is the reference number 16202. As you can see, the brand's approach has remained, especially since 14802, especially since the Jubilee series, since the 20th anniversary series. The approach has been to keep things as authentic as possible, as loyal to the original design as possible, to make the watch as much of a faithful reproduction as possible. For the 50th anniversary, they have, however, introduced an in house caliber that offers some upgrades over the original the original one based on the Jaeger-LeCoultre et Bosch. So from 2121 to 7121, you have not only a different architecture, which is better in terms of its shockproofness and in terms of its accuracy and precision. It also has a higher power reserve, around 55 hours rather than 42. I've come down hard on it before, so I don't want to beat a dead horse, but one wishes, of course, since they actually bothered to change the original, one would have hoped that they genuinely improved some other aspects of that caliber, and brought it up to at least the industry standard 72 hours that I guess wasn't meant to be. But the double balance bridge look is genuinely fascinating and looks absolutely stunning in the open worked execution as well. I'm not particularly hot on the 50th anniversary rotor, but it remains an important detail to note when it comes to this particular watches, when it comes to watches that are supposed to have been produced on the 50th anniversary in 2022. This is lot 2524, the Royal Oak Jumbo 50th anniversary, reference 16202 ST in stainless steel. The lower end of the estimate puts the value of this watch around 63,700 US dollars. We have at lot 2525 another anniversary model. This is reference 15551 ST, the 37 millimeter model. You'll see very quickly that the tapisserie pattern on this is a little larger in terms of the discrete squares. So not the petite tapisserie, but perhaps grande tapisserie already. And as differently from the usual 555 reference, from the 15550 ST reference, we actually have a bezel that is set with diamonds. This particular watch also has the new ice blue dial, which was introduced on the 50th anniversary. The piece is also from 2022, so is actually set with the 50th anniversary rotor. I should add that 37 millimeter reduced size self-winding Audemars Piguet Royal Oaks are actually powered by movements that are made at Vaucher Manufacture in Fleurier. So the caliber 5900 that powers the 37 millimeter reduced sized self-winding Royal Oaks is actually made by Vaucher Manufacture in Fleurier, which makes the movements for Parmigiani Fleurier, for Hermès, for example, um, the self-winding caliber H1837, which powers most of their automatic watches, starting with H08, their new sports watch. And there are also, of course, Vaucher calibers that run a lot of interesting watches all across the industry. And we are going to talk about one with the CEO of the brand on Friday at noon, my time. Robert Ponkenhofer is actually coming to pay a visit and to talk about Karl Zuchi und Söhne with me, to talk about the crossroads of aesthetics and horology. And of course, their Waltz runs on a movement manufactured by Vaucher as well, as is this particular movement, caliber 5900, as AP calls it. This is lot 2525, Royal Oak 37 millimeter self-winding, reference 15551 ST, with the diamond set octagonal bezel and the iced blue dial. The pre-auction estimates places at its lower end the value of this watch at around 38,200 in US dollars. We have a 41 millimeter version, an earlier iteration in this case. This is Royal Oak 15500 ST, all in stainless steel again, with the black dial. This is a three-hander with the date at 3 o'clock, which is very discreet, of course, in these series, with the background of the date wheel perfectly matched to the color of the dial. 41 millimeters, so larger, and in a way significantly larger than the Royal Oak Jumbo, which might be a point of preference for some. This is lot 2526, and Audemars Piguet Royal Oak reference 15500 ST in 41 millimeters, with a pre-auction estimate that at its lower end puts the value of this watch around 25,500 in US dollars. We can sense a theme because what we have next is a Royal Oak chronograph. This is a 38 millimeter size, 26 20 sorry 26 315. It is powered by the AP 2385 caliber, which was based on the Frédéric Piguet 1185, which formed the core of many prestige chronographs made by Audemars Piguet, Vacheron Constantin, and others. This particular example has silvered background with deep blue chronograph registers, as well as a seconds track that is rendered in a similar shade of blue, and a date window launched between 4 and 5 o'clock. This is the 26315 ST, closed case back with a movement based on the FPG 1185 chronograph Ebosch. This is lot 2526, the Royal Oak chronograph with a pre-auction estimate that puts at its lower end the value of this watch at around 30,600 in US dollars. At 2528, at lot 2528, we have a full set of an AP Royal Oak perpetual calendar with an open worked dial. This is a piece that has that perfect 4 subdial layout that is a very balanced look. In addition to the perpetual calendar functions, you have also a leap year indicator at 12 o'clock, which is lodged right into the months subdial, and a moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock. The chaptering for the minutes, as well as all the subdials, is rendered in slate gray, which provides a slight contrast over the components of the perpetual calendar movement. And the hands for the indicators are heat blued, which improve the legibility a great deal. We also have very elegant feuille hands, leaf-shaped hands for the hours and minutes, which is often chosen for this prestige complication when it's presented in a Royal Oak case. As you can see on the back, a lot of the open worked bridges, as well as the open worked rotor itself, is also engraved. The initials of the founding families rendered in a Gothic font, AP, the rotor weight supplemented by a full gold additional piece. Number 25 of a 25-piece series for this open-worked Royal Oak perpetual calendar with the leap year and moon phase indicator in stainless steel for the 25th anniversary of the Royal Oak, released in 1997 and rendered in presented here as a full set. This is 25/8/29 SP in stainless steel with a platinum octagonal bezel as well as platinum tapering interlinks on the bracelets, which you can tell even in this picture if you can, if only from the finishing, which is a contrast of mirror polish versus grain brush. But certainly the way the bevels on the case contrast with the octagonal bezel, even though they were both subject to mirror polishing, and the tapering interlinks should give away the whole story. SP refers to the execution largely in stainless steel with platinum accents. This open-worked perpetual calendar that was released in a limited run of 25 pieces on the 25th anniversary of the Royal Oak in 1997 is at lot number 2528, presented as a full set. The pre-auction estimate puts the value of this watch at its lower end, around 204,000 in US dollars. That has to be my favorite piece so far. But it continues. This one is again a subtle execution of the two-tone in the form of a Royal Oak perpetual calendar by Audemars Piguet, an exhibition case back that once again gives you a glimpse onto the perpetual calendar movement, self-winding with an open-worked rotor. Its supplemental weight added in 21 karat gold. And what you have in this case is titanium with platinum accents. Oh, I'm sorry, tantalum with platinum accents. So once again, for the 25th anniversary of the Royal Oak, a limited run of 15 pieces. Ultimately, however, only 9 pieces were made, apparently. This is the 25/8/20, a unique execution of two-tone by Audemars Piguet, with the case and the bracelets largely rendered in tantalum, a platinum octagonal bezel that is grain brushed on the surface and mirror polished for its bevels, and the tapering interlinks also rendered in platinum for contrast with the largely tantalum material of the bracelet, of the integrated bracelet. This is lot 2529. AP Royal Oak Perpetual Calendar, self-winding, reference 2582 TP, tantalum platinum, from the 25th anniversary of the Royal Oak, 1997. Comes with an Audemars Piguet certificate of authenticity and service invoices from 2021 and 22. The pre-auction estimate puts the value of this watch at around 153,000 US dollars. This is what I was talking about by the usual suspects, but presented in very unique configurations. Again, the original Jumbo is always a great sight, but you had one here that was from the A series, and with its original presentation box, you had two AP Royal Oak Perpetual calendars, which are in and of themselves perhaps not too rare, but in these subtle two-tone executions that were made for the 25th anniversary of the model and that are rendered in combinations of stainless steel and platinum, as well as tantalum and platinum, are certainly very rare and difficult to find. At lot 2530, we have a possibly unique stainless steel piece by Grunefeld with the 8-second remontoir constant force mechanism. Beautiful ice blue hand guilloche dial. With Soleil motif on the hour track, a kind of vague or wave like pattern at the center of the dial, as well as the small seconds dial that is placed at 6 o'clock and distinguished with silver track. A very beautiful watch in stainless steel, possibly one of a kind. You can see the exquisitely finished movements here. With hand polished teeth on the gear down to that minute detail from the horological brothers Groeneveld, the matching tang buckle. Let's read a little bit. The dial is actually made in the workshop of none other than Kari Voutilainen. This incredibly attractive, high precision watch by the highly respected independent watchmakers. Groeneveld features a stunning ice blue guilloche dial made by another great contemporary, Kari Voutilainen, who is famed for the breathtaking quality, design, and finish of his dials. A dream timepiece for the collector of the best independently made watches. The present watch offers exclusivity, complexity, beauty, and the reassurance of handmade excellence. Launched in 2016 as a limited edition of 188 movements, only the 1941 Remontoire proved to be a huge success for the horological brothers Bart and Tim Groeneveld. The 1941 Remontoire has won an amazing 5 awards, including the prestigious GPHG Award for Best Watch in the men's watch category in the year it was introduced. From the very first, the Groeneveld brothers envisaged the 1941 Remontoire to appeal to the most discerning of watch collectors. It was therefore imperative that the movement was befitting of such a timepiece, appealing to the exacting requirements of purists. The stainless steel bridges replicate the facades of the Dutch houses termed bell gables and reference the homeland of the horological brothers. The bridges are hand beveled, while the centers deliver a striking contrast with their microblasted surfaces decorated with relief engraving. Take a look once again. Entirely hand finished to the highest level, the Groeneveld 1941 Remontoire features an 8-second constant force mechanism, which ensures that the force transmitted to the balance wheel does not fluctuate as the mainspring winds down. Therefore, the rate remains consistent and the watch provides superior precision. The balance wheel with the white gold timing screws has a free-sprung overcoil hairspring, and the gold chaton serve to demonstrate its ultra-high specification. A governor is visible at 9 o'clock through the dial, which spins every 8 seconds when the remontoire constant force mechanism is activated. This is the governor they're talking about at 9 o'clock. Spins every 8 seconds, since that's when the remontoire releases the energy that it has spared and that it delivers constantly, well, every 8 seconds and consistently. The case, the sculpted 1941 case, is executed with a specially shaped cutter to create its characteristic hollowed concave recesses and convex surfaces in between each additional cutting phase. The case is polished prior to the next stage of milling, ensuring the precisely defined contours of the case are retained. The process is incredibly time consuming, but the outcome justifies the effort. So this particular example of the Groeneveld 1941 remontoire in a stainless steel case, which matches the stainless steel bridge plates of the movement. Comes with an ice blue dial made by Karivutilainen, which carries the Soleil finish on the hour track and the vague slash wave motif at the center of the dial and the small seconds dial. The governor is visible at 9 o'clock, which spins every 8 seconds whenever the remontoire is activated. You also have very striking, deep blue alpha hands that are distinguished both from the baton indices and the ice blue dial. A lot of dimensionality, a lot of visual depth to the face of this watch as well, which is also technically impressive, award winning, including the GPHG in 2016 when it was introduced. The estimated value of this watch at its lower end is around 64,000 in US dollars. Yeah, I did. I was a governor once. I was successful as a businessman as well. I was an actor. I was a bodybuilder. Now I'm just a sad man. No longer stud. I just smoke cigars after my dinner. But joking aside, guys, let's be serious. We're talking watches here. Lot 2531, two Panerai pieces, a set of two stainless steel limited edition pieces, 8 days black seal and the 8 days daylight, day and night in contrasting and complementary dials and case finishes from around 2014. Both are, I believe, one of 500. And they come with the accompanying full set of accessories with the presentation material. In 44 millimeters of diameter. Two additional straps, leather straps, changing tool, sales tax, so on and so forth. The black dial model is also black DLC coated, even though it is stainless steel. It is rendered in stainless steel as well. A remake of the desirable pre-Vendôme Slytech watches of 1996. Unveiled in 2014, the Slytech watches marked the end of a new era of the Panerai brand. In 1997, the company was acquired by Richemont, having previously owned by the Vendôme Luxury Group. This is lot 2531, a set of two stainless steel limited edition Panerai Luminor 8 Days, Black Seal, and Daylight watches from around 2014. The pre-auction estimates of these watches put their value at around 7,650 in US dollars. At lot 2532, we have a FP Jean self-winding perpetual calendar in platinum. The piece has a deep blue dial, which is admittedly quite different, but almost as striking as the dial of Chronomètre Bleu. At the center, the dial has a guilloché finish with the Claude Paris / hobnail pattern. The leap year is discreetly placed under the hand stack and indicated by a micro hand. The date has an oversized look at 6 o'clock with the 2 opening with the guichet style indicator. The power reserve is placed at 9 o'clock, and the watch has a 5-day power reserve at full charge, 120 hours. And there are also 2 apertures right above the hand stack that show in English the day of the week and the month, respectively. The piece has a self-winding movement rendered entirely in 18 karat pink gold with the off-center rotor weight itself in 22 karat matching gold with a barley corn guilloché decoration. A matching Épée Jaune platinum tank buckle. This is a 40 millimeter version from 2021, fairly recent. Épée Jaune platinum automatic perpetual calendar with a blue dial, guilloché at the center. This is lot 2532 with its pre-auction estimates, putting its value at the lower end of the spectrum, around 63,700 in US dollars. I'm going to open a cold one as we are entering the last 2 hours of the broadcast. Please feel free to hit the like button if you have learned something from this presentation, if you have enjoyed any part of it, including but not limited to the Arnold Schwarzenegger impression. Please hit the like button. This is lot number 2533. We were just talking about the dial. In so many ways, people have been obsessing about the blue dials of both the Épée Jaune Chronomètre Bleu and the Vacheron Constantin overseas for the third generation. Cheers. And it's not really a coincidence because they are actually made in the same manufacturer. Um, Les Quatronnières de Genève is initiated, opened by François Paul Jean, but it is actually co-owned by Vacheron Constantin. So a lot of dials for Vacheron Constantin watches are also made there. And that includes the dials for the overseas series. Chronomètre Bleu was the absolute entry level for FP Jean, but it in a way suffered from that paradox, which pushed a lot of people towards time only or time and date watches by these prestige makers, by these boutique independents, by these high horological watchmakers. Partly that was because it, initially at least, in terms of the list price, that was an accessible price point. But you can also argue from another perspective that it represented a new trend where people were looking for distilled, more approachable and everyday executions of this high horological art that didn't necessarily involve any prestige complications, no minute repeater, no perpetual calendar. Again, these two leanings, these two trends are not entirely divorced from each other, of course. Even if you can afford a minute repeater watch, and even if that particular complication is rendered in the most wearable formats, you might not want to make a $250,000 watch your daily wear, and that's already an entry level price point for a lot of minute repeaters from these kinds of makers. But anyway, Chronomètre Bleu suffered from that paradox of being at once seemingly accessible but entirely unobtainable because everyone started running after it. This model is actually presented in a slightly smaller tantalum case compared to its counterparts in the Chronomètre Sovereign series. Its dial has been simplified, you might also say purified, by the removal of the power reserve indicator. So all you have are the two hands and the off-center subdial for the seconds, with various shades of blue, some of which are, of course, presented in that unique case material, which is tantalum, which is a material, as we have seen, that Audemars Piguet very successfully used and experimented with throughout their line, especially in ingenious tone-on-tone executions of the two-tone. But it was really the Chronomètre Bleu that made tantalum as a case material for wristwatches more popular than before. So Chronomètre Bleu is now much more popular and even more inaccessible and unobtainable than Chronomètre Sovereign in platinum and in pink gold. And a lot of times, most people's best bet, if it is in fact the first watch that you want to get that carries the signature of FP Jean, the best bet is to go into the secondary market, if not necessarily the auction circuit. Here is the movement with the base plates partially decorated with that barley corn pattern, partially in perlage. The bridge plates in F.B. Jean's signature rendition of the Côte de Genève finish. This is the F.B. Jean chronomètre bleu from around 2019 at lot 2533. The pre-auction estimate puts the value of this watch right around $51,000 at its low end. Thank you, JB. Yeah, you would like that, JB, huh? Look, I mean, it is a good solution, right? Because I know some people like Jake Brooks get really irked when the integration of small seconds dials or chronograph registers interrupt or cut out certain numbers from the indices. I don't mind it, especially on a sports watch. I even like it. I think it adds to the casual, relaxed air of the watch. But here, I think it's incredibly balanced, right? You already have an off-center second subdial, which makes a statement. So you don't necessarily have to lean so heavily into it. And how F.B. Jean designed the dial was, in fact, by slightly reducing the size of number 8 compared to the other hour markers, and maybe a little more significantly reducing the size of number 7, on which the second subdial largely leans. So I think that that's a beautiful design detail. And you might say that is actually also kind of flippant and dégagé in a very French way as well. And I kind of like it, I have to admit. That's certainly one of my favorite aspects of both the chronomètre Sovereign and chronomètre Bleu designs. And to be fair, that's also a design language that F.B. Jean uses all over the place when they use Arabic numerals for the indices, right? If there is a subdial that comes close, that is placed in a way that steals the role of the hour marker, they shrink the font, they shrink the writing of that numeral rather than cutting it out often. That's great attention to detail, JB. And thanks for giving me the chance to explain it in some detail. Thanks for indulging my autistic tendencies. Love it. Lot 2534. This is one of my favorite editions of François Paul Jean watches ever made. I would probably place it next to the limited edition Chronomètre Bleu made for the opening of the Beirut boutique, the Biblos. That was an incredible watch with like an arabesque cut out on the dial, which makes it open worked. It was stunning. This particular watch is also the product of a friendship. The Beirut boutique was opened and I believe still run by Claude Sfer, who is a friend of Francois Paul and who was one of the early and foremost collectors of his watches. In this case, the collaboration with Holland and Holland was achieved at a time where the Wertheimer brothers, who still own Chanel and who had at the time owned the London's best rifle maker, Holland and Holland, made a collaboration with F.P. Journe. You might know that Chanel by now has also a significant stake in Francois Paul Journe, in F.P. Journe as a company. And the Wertheimer brothers, being serious watch collectors and diehard watch enthusiasts themselves, have a very strong financial but also emotional investment in watches. So you see that reflected in Chanel's own expanding and quite respectable collection of watches between J12 for women and Monsieur Chanel for men, and also their investment in various important manufacturers. They have their own makers for watch crystals. They own their own dial factory. Chanel has a stake in Kenisi, which is now hosted in Tudor's new manufacture and makes movements for Tudor, Norqain, Chanel, Breitling, and others. Anyway, going back, this watch was born out of a collaboration between the Wertheimer brothers and Francois Paul Journe. It integrates Damascus steel made from gun barrels, from barrels of quote unquote decommissioned, I guess that's the word in English as well, Holland and Holland rifles. And it is rendered fully in steel, as you can see here. Stainless steel case, Damascus steel dial, and 5-row beads of rice style bracelet, which fits beautifully with the case, which almost creates a certain kind of integrated look. And the dial is rendered even more in a distilled manner, where you have a perfect two-hander, not even a second subdial this time. This was produced only in a limited run of 28 pieces. So very limited version indeed. It comes with an additional leather strap with the matching stainless steel clasp. The Holland and Holland signature is also rendered on the base plates too, in that barley corn decorated central part. That bracelet really looks amazing. Love it. Bracelet was apparently part of a special order. I had never seen it matched with that kind of bracelet. I want to read what the good folks at Christie's wrote about this watch to share it with you because it is important. Only available to collectors upon application, this extraordinary still chronomètre Sovereign, the only variant of the model not to feature small seconds, is part of one of two small series manufactured in 2017 and 2018 with dials made from the rare Damascus steel barrels of two antique Holland and Holland guns. These dials, each with a unique pattern created during the original manufacture process of the Damascus barrels, cannot exist in any other watch and are therefore both individually unique and truly unrepeatable. The two barrels were registered in Holland and Holland ledgers as barrel number 1382, dating to 1868. This barrel yielded 38 dials, and barrel 7183, dating to 1882, yielded 28 dials. So there were, in fact, two runs, 38 pieces for 2017 and 28 pieces for 2018. The creation of this special Holland and Holland chronometre was a true and meaningful collaboration between one of the world's greatest gun makers and the most revered of contemporary watchmakers. By the way, just to mention, Holland and Holland was later sold by the Wertheimer brothers to Beretta, the Italian gun maker, who, since they already had a store in London, moved the gun room for Holland and Holland into that premise, which vacated their location, which is now opening as the first F.B. Jean boutique in London. So, which is going to be a cool, interesting crossing of paths. But François Paul Jean is actually opening the 11th boutique for the Marque in London later this year. The idea for this collaboration germinated during a visit by François Paul Jean to the former boutique in New York. He knew that many US clients enjoyed shooting and being acquainted with the Wertheimer brothers, then owners of Holland and Holland. It became clear that making a timepiece in partnership with this historic firm of gun makers offered the chance to create something both fascinating and unique in haute horlogerie, and at the same time showcasing traditional artisan manufacturing techniques of the past. The idea of using historic gun barrels to make dials occurred to François Paul Jean during a factory visit to Holland and Holland. You know, the only thing is they should have used some hand engraving, some freehand engraving on part of the movement. You know, I hope some watchmaker accomplishes that at a certain point. You know, using Damascus steel on the dial and some form of freehand engraving on the movement, fashioned out of whatever material. I don't care, but I feel like that has to be juxtaposed somehow at some point. This is lot 2534, one of only 28 pieces of the chronometre Holland and Holland by F.B. Jean from 2018. The lower end of the pre-auction estimate puts this rare watch in terms of its value right around $127,500. At lot 2535, we have another François Paul Jean watch. This is the Octa UTC model. Francois Pauljon's entry into that dual time, travel time watch segment. A world map rendered in vitreous enamel there. The additional 24-hour hands at the bottom of the hand stack for that main dial. Oversized dates, power reserve indicator over a silvered dial, matching tank buckle, of course, and a self-winding movement with a slightly off-center placement of the rotor. The movement itself fashioned out of 18 karat pink gold. The rotor weight is 22 karat pink gold with the barley corn decoration carrying the signature, the logo, and the motto of the brand. If Peugeot's UTC, Coordinated Universal Time, was produced between 2011 and 2018 with a patented system that offers an entirely new take on the dual time zone watch by replacing GMT as the official time with Atomic International Time. Its classic Jean styling has a dramatic new addition in the form of a sapphire disc painted with a world map divided into Earth's 24 time zones. Mechanically, it indicates the different time periods linked with the Earth's geographical positions, indicating summer and winter hours. This is one of the few examples to be offered at international auction, presented in superb condition with a full set of accessories. The local hours at the user's actual location are indicated by the blue hands, which are linked to the calendar in order to indicate the current geographical time. The gilt steel hand indicates the home time on the 24-hour numeral chapter, which is linked to the Earth's 24 time zones represented on the painted globe. The time at the local time zone is set by pulling out the 3-position crown to the 3rd position. To set the second time zone, the crown is pulled out by 2 positions and turned clockwise, anti-clockwise to set the dates. The globe is adjusted by pushing the small secured pusher in the band at 4 o'clock so that the time zone at home is positioned on 0 for winter hours. Here's the pusher to rotate the map of the globe, until the location is set at 0 for the reference time, which will move the gilt hand as well. And the plus and -1 indicators serve to change the specific region for summer hours linked to the geographical location of the user, depending if the location is east or west of the selected zone. As you can see, +1, -1 for that handy calculation. This is the F. Peugeot Octa UTC from the end of its production, preserved in stellar condition and offered with its full set of accessories at lot number 2535. The pre-auction estimates of the watch puts its value at the lower end at above 63,700 in US dollars. A watch that is at once quite utilitarian and very beautiful at the same time. Thank you, JB. Thank you so much. 1999, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles, enjoying the show. Thank you, guys. I'm enjoying your presence as well. Thank you for watching. Please hit the like button if you haven't so far. It really does help. And thank you again for St. Peter and especially JB for his contributions. Is there more boss world time? I mean, even next to a 5930G, this is it. Hey, I agree. This is a very special watch, but I think, not having access to FP Journe watches at retail, which already has risen at a steady pace over the years, makes some of the price points really unreasonable for me. It's not my place to decide whether a watch is worth it or not, especially to decide on that for someone else, unless they are seeking my professional opinion, in which case I will say, hey, I mean, these watches are a little too salty for their own worth. That's not to say that their collectible value, considering the limited production, considering in these kinds of models how they're not coming back anytime soon. I understand all of those elements that make them still, relatively speaking, good value. But between those two watches, between a 5930 and an Octa UTC, I would have to go with the 5930 purely because of the value proposition, right? I like the design of that watch to begin with. I really enjoy it. We have seen some great value propositions, some steals even for that watch in the past. I know everyone is going through the 5935A, the new steel model with the enlarged case and the salmon dial carbon fiber pattern. I am myself partial to the white gold 39 millimeter case with the blue dial. I think the flyback chronograph adds something, somewhat flippant, slightly utilitarian, but decidedly sporty and youthful aspect to what is otherwise a very classy and highbrow complication by Patek Philippe, the world timer. Again, by saying it's a highbrow complication, I don't necessarily mean that it's an extremely complicated watch, the world timer, but it is certainly a prestige complication, rendered also in very exclusive um, metals and with sometimes cloisonné enamel paintings at the center of the dial. Here you have an execution of it that's very sporty, that's almost youthful, that also has a very masculine case with these sculpted lugs. Um, the chronograph pushers somehow end up balancing out that extra pusher for the 24 hour. I mean, imagine if they made a version of this with a mono pusher that made it a bullhead. that could be a very exciting piece of design as well. Maybe I'm getting carried away for no reason at all, but I feel like that would be cool. Anyway, I think this is a very cool watch, and on the secondary markets, once every so often you can find it at great deals. Um, but even today, it's cheaper than what you would have to pay at retail for a 5935A, the new model with the larger case, with the stainless steel case, and the salmon carbon fiber pattern dial. Anyway, JB knows how to pull at my heartstrings. He knows that I like uh, that particular piece. He knows that I'm a big fan of the 5930G, so he knows where to get me. But thank you, JB. Now we are at lot 2536. This was the FB Jean chronograph before the introduction of the centigraph, before Francois Paul Jean's collaboration with Jean Todt for that centigraph. Now, this is a 38 millimeter case in platinum. I kind of like this a little better than the centigraph, which is perhaps a little too futuristic uh, and too sporty for my liking. I like this to be a beautiful expression of a, pardon me, classic chronograph in the most Francois Paul Jean way possible. I like how the main dial is encircled by a crescent-like shape of the silvered dial. I love the big date indicator at around 11 o'clock. I love how you have the chronograph seconds taking center stage on the dial, even over the main dial itself. And I love the asymmetric layout that you get between the continuous running seconds at 6, the 60-minute counter at 9, that is a separate dial, and the oversized date at 11. I think it's a beautiful design. Too bad that Octa chronograph is one of those models that are part of the archives now, that are, at least for now, relegated to the history books. But this is an early flyback chronograph with an automatic movement made by F.B. Jean, offered with a certificate of authenticity, product literature, presentation box, as well as the outer packaging. No longer produced. At lot 2536, this Octa chronograph, flyback chronograph in a 38 millimeter platinum case, according to its pre-auction estimate, is valued at around 153,000 in US dollars. We have a lot of interesting and limited, very rare Lange watches coming up. I might not be able to get to the last stretch today, which has a lot of interesting Pateks. Maybe we will leave that to tomorrow night, but I'll do my best to cover as many watches as I can, as deeply as I can, for the last hour or so of this night's live stream. At lot 2537 and 2538, we have those examples of what replaced the octa chronograph. This is the centigraph in a two-tone execution that was released to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the FB Jean boutique in Hong Kong. Titanium case with pink gold accents. The main dial is in an anthracite gray. The Arabic numerals laid out in an orange font, and the minute track in the railroad style. You have a sapphire disc in each chronograph register, which gives you a glimpse onto the movement. So you have basically what makes it a centigraph right here at the subdial, which is around 10 o'clock. This actually makes a revolution each second, but the register can give you a reading for 1/100th of a second. You have a 10-minute register at 6 o'clock. And the subdial at 2 o'clock makes a turn every 20 seconds. This is a design, this is a concept that François Paul Jean devised for racing in a conversation in collaboration with Jean Todt. And this particular limited edition was made only in 20 pieces in 2016. And once again, I think this particular piece is a great expression of how François Paul Jean bridges classical elements of horological design and conventional complications and renders them in a contemporary and inventive way. This sliding pusher, for example, that you can rock back and forth to start, stop, and reset is really like an ingenious and innovative expression, application of the monopusher chronograph, which of course preceded the double pusher chronographs, and certainly involves more difficult movement these days to implement. You also have déployant clasp in matching pink gold, matches the details in the pusher and the crown. And the movement is rendered in 18 karat pink gold, a hand wound chronograph caliber, one of only 20 in a 40 millimeter titanium case, and pink gold details with a partially open worked dial thanks to these sapphire discs in the chronograph registers. The FB Jaune centigraph made for the 10th anniversary of the boutique in Hong Kong. The pre-auction estimate puts the value of this watch at around 153,000 in US dollars. At lot 2538, we have the same piece rendered in platinum with a black dial. The black label editions are offered to only to the collectors who already own an FP Jaune watch, and they are said to be inspected personally by François-Paul Jaune before they leave the manufacturer, which may be part story, part truth, but certainly something that testifies to the exclusivity of these black dial watches. Here, the piece is matched with a black crocodile strap with red contrast stitching, which really fits the unique sporty air of this watch. From 2019, the piece does come with its original package, box and papers, even a copy of the purchase invoice. At lot 2538, here's an FB Jaune Platinum Centigraph Sauvron boutique exclusive black label model with the blackened gold dial, silver chronograph registers for 1/100th of a second at 8 o'clock, for 10 minutes at 6 o'clock, and for 20 seconds at 2 o'clock as well. Unique piece. Well, unique piece as in, it's an interesting execution of the chronograph, not a pièce unique. At lot 2538, the estimated value situates the worth of this watch around 140,000 US dollars or more. That is the lower end of that estimate. At 2539, we have a very unique and really possibly one of a kind example of the chronomètre résonance with the remontoir d'égalité. As you know, chronomètre résonance builds on Breguet's application of the phenomenon of resonance to the horological world. Breguet used that concept in clocks, but he also made a few pocket watches that have employed the concept, but those were watches that were larger than 63 millimeters, maybe 64 millimeters in diameter, pocket watches. So it was quite impressive and important as a horological achievement for François Paul to implement this concept, to realize and demonstrate this phenomenon for wristwatches that were 40 millimeters in diameter. Perfectly symmetrical front and back. Very beautiful pieces. And this particular example has a mother of pearl dial, which has a strong blue tint. Let's read what the good folks at Christie's have to say about this particular watch. A unique FB Jaune chronomètre résonance is an extremely exciting prospect, particularly when it's also one of the super exclusive RT or Résonance 3 edition made for only 1 year in 2019, then retired. This was a very special reference produced in celebration of the iconic model's 20th anniversary, only available as standards in either pink gold or platinum with 40 millimeter cases with correspondingly colored dials. The present platinum watch is an exceptional and very special, unique piece fitted with a beautifully lustrous blue mother of pearl dial, undoubtedly one of the rarest individual watches of this already almost unobtainable chronomètre résonance edition. A unique FB Jaune watch of this significance would have only been offered to a most valued and loyal client of the brand, such as the present owner, and personally approved by Monsieur Jaune. The mother of pearl dial, numerals, minutes, and seconds tracks provide a ravishingly sophisticated and elegant aesthetic for this unique piece. An FB Jaune masterpiece and one of the most beautiful specimen of perhaps FB Jaune's most famous creation, the chronomètre résonance, the 20th anniversary edition, which they called Résonance 3 or Series 3. In true FB Jaune style, the 2019 Résonance RT was not merely redesigned aesthetically with a return to the dial symmetry of earlier series, but also presented new technical challenges. The movement of this edition features a pair of balance wheels beating in resonance with one another, powering two synchronized time displays, Technically, this model is identical to the standard production Series 3 watches with a symmetrical looking dial, except that the left-hand dial retains the 24-hour display of the preceding series. The dial frames are identical to those seen on Series 2 watches. This model is also significant because it heralded the end of the classic caliber 1499 chronometre resonance series. As you can see, 12-hour dial at the right-hand side and a 24-hour dial, both silvered pieces produced out of gold blanks and guilloche decorated with a hobnail pattern at the center, matched with hand-blued stainless steel hands. Lot 2539 with a possibly one-of-a-kind example of the third series of chronometre résonance, which was released to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the model. The pre-auction estimate, which is very, very high to begin with, at its lower end, puts the estimated value of this watch at around 640,000 in US dollars. We arrive here at lot number 2540, a very recent iteration of the chronometre résonance with a remontoir d'égalité and a power reserve indicator at around 12 o'clock if this were a traditionally designed watch. But as you can see, it has two separate dials, two separate movements with two separate gear trains that actually regulate each other through the phenomenon of resonance. The new movement and the distinct pink gilded power reserve indicator. My gut feeling tells me that they're going to say that power reserve indicator hand makes this one of a kind, but let's see what they actually say. Yes, specially commissioned golden power reserve hand and name of the owner engraved on the movement. There you go. Told you. And where is it engraved? I mean, I know we won't be able to read it, but I want to see where they obscured it. Okay, right here. Ah, interesting. Okay. This is the fourth series, double remontoir d'égalité, one of the first examples to be presented at auction. It's full set, one of the amazing genre rarities of the Ultimate Collection, it says, since it has that very unique pink gilt or gilded power reserve indicator hand. and it features the new caliber 1520. Lots 2540, the platinum chronomètre à résonance with the new generation movements, the double remontoir d'égalité and power reserve indicator, separate dials for the two separate gear trains, one 12 hours, one for 24 hours. At lot 2540, the piece is offered with a pre-auction estimate that at its lower end is in excess of 280,000 in US dollars. We have just passed the 3-hour mark. Please hit the like button. It really does help. My aim is to basically go through the Lange watches as well after I finish the FP Jones, and I will return for the rest of the Ultimate Collection tomorrow. The 2541 is probably my absolute favorite from this particular auction. This is a Tourbillon Souverain, which uniquely features the vertical tourbillon. It also has a very uniquely finished and executed dial that you don't always come by in an FP Jones watch. Vertical cage of the tourbillon, which has a mirror polished ring around it, and that intensifies the spectacle of the vertically placed tourbillon cage that is already quite exciting as opposed to an horizontally placed. François-Paul Jean took advantage of this occasion, which gave him a little more room to work with in terms of his dials. He doesn't usually prefer to use enamel dials because of the added thickness, but since the vertical placement of the tourbillon cage already fattened the case up a little bit, he actually used Grand Feu enamel dials for the main dial for the hour and minutes, as well as the off-center placed small seconds dial that is mounted upon the pink gold guilloche decorated main dial. The piece has a remontoir d'égalité and seconde morte, so the jumping seconds or true seconds, whatever you want to call it, ticking seconds, power reserve indicator as expressed here around 11 o'clock, and at the imaginary noon/midnight position let's read a little bit what they say. This is number 009 from 2020 in a platinum case. For the Tourbillon Souverain Vertical, François-Paul Jean himself said, I designed this vertical tourbillon so that the tourbillon's functions remain constant whether the watch lies flat or is placed on its side, and the amplitude is consequently the same whether the watch has a déployant clasp and lies on its side or an ardillon buckle and lies flat. The pink gold caliber 1519 with the vertical tourbillon and remontoir d'égalité also features deadbeat seconds, which makes one revolution every 30 seconds. The tourbillon makes one revolution every 30 seconds, twice as fast as a standard tourbillon. More commonplace 1 minute tourbillons. It is technically extremely challenging to produce an undeniable visual treat. Surrounding the titanium tourbillon cage is a cone-shaped mirror polish ring that concentrates the light so that it is reflected upon the tourbillon cage. Pardon me. A second reflector is placed on the movement side to project light further around the cage. As you can see, the pink gold bridges that form the dial of the tourbillon vertical are decorated with a guilloché Claude Paris pattern with engraved and painted inscriptions. It suggests an almost handmade aesthetic that harkens back to the very first experimental watches of the original Tourbillon Souverain. The Grand Feu white enamel hour dial, made in one piece with the seconds dial on an 18-carat white gold plate, is a glorious creation and one that is a first for François-Paul Jean. Until the development of the Tourbillon Vertical, Jean had never found an enamel dial that could meet his standards of perfection. As he himself said, all my watches are meant to be thin, and so the enamel dial never made sense before. This time, the vertical tourbillon gave me the pleasure of more freedom and space, for which I could use an enamel dial. It all meshed together perfectly. The Tourbillon Souverain Vertical also features a power reserve sector at 12 o'clock and an aperture at 7 o'clock that allows a subtle view of the remontoir d'égalité mechanism in action. Power reserve indicator at the imaginary 12 o'clock, and again at around 7 o'clock you have that cutout that offers you a glimpse into the workings of the remontoir, the constant force mechanism. And there you go, you have the 30-second tourbillon that is vertically, whose cage is vertically placed and is fashioned out of titanium. Hi, Memovox. How are you doing, man? Yeah. Look, I used to be, having come of age sort of in the world of watches where everyone was trying to make a tourbillon, where, every single brand used to present year after year a tourbillon as their novelty. I had kind of I had grown cold towards it, but once you experience some of the more masterfully executed versions of a tourbillon wristwatch, and once you give up on that idea of utility and come to terms with the fact that it is really about a certain romance of experiencing time in movement, much as the moon phase indicator is a throwback and reference to other ways of telling and keeping time, you get another sort of enjoyment of from a tourbillon. So after all those years, I can with absolute certainty say that I would love to own a tourbillon wristwatch. Probably not necessarily one of my priorities at this point in time, but it's certainly something that I would love to have in my collection. This is a very rare FP Jaune tourbillon souverain vertical, which has a 30-second tourbillon whose cage is vertically placed, which allows François Paul Jaune uniquely to use white grand feu enamel dials for both hours and minutes and the off-center seconds, which are mounted on an 18-karat white gold plate, which in its turn goes on the main dial fashioned out of 18 carats pink gold itself. The high polished conical ring around the tourbillon is a visual delight and certainly puts the focus on the regulating mechanism itself. This is lot 2541, and the pre-auction estimate puts the value of this watch around 230,000 US dollars at the lower end. $2542, lot 2542 is actually the last FP Jaune piece that is part of the Ultimate Collection, which is a live event presented by Christie's Hong Kong, an auction that will take place on May 26th. This is a FP Jaune Tourbillon Souverain in platinum with a ruby dial. Certainly very unique. It does come with its full set of accessories, as with most of the watches that form part of the Ultimate Collection that are going under the hammer for this particular auction. You can see here the caliber 1403 that is fashioned out of 18 carats pink gold. And you can see here the anthracite gray dials that are mounted in full contrast from that ruby base, and the bell-like shape of the tourbillon with the half bridge placed at 9 o'clock. Again, in its symmetry, it seems to both counterbalance but also assert its importance in terms of the primary timekeeping functions of the watch. The piece has a remontoire d'égalité, which, pardon me, moves the jumping seconds of the watch. Very striking piece. I want to read a little bit about what makes it so special. It was an exclusive edition of only 20 pieces in platinum to be fitted with this ruby dial. As you know, the Heartstone dials are challenging to produce and stabilize since they can crack with time, which is obviously very undesirable and rather unseemly for a luxury watch. Instead of producing them as a circular disc, which makes their cutting simpler and minimizes the risk of stress points from corners, F.P. Journe takes a different approach. Ideally, the stone dials may be cut from one piece, but since there are already all these openings in the tourbillon souverain, of course, primarily the tourbillon cage itself, he uses two crescent-shaped pieces above and below and merges them in the middle. And of course, as you can see on the dial, both the tourbillon cage and the primary dials are fitted with screw holes which have to be drilled through, and you can imagine how stressful, no pun intended, the experience might be to assemble a watch like this with a Heartstone dial. I don't know if you have seen these sorts of ruby dials, but the pictures make it look very one-dimensional, even though it's still quite impressive. In person, these sorts of stone dials or like wooden dials are really unique, and they all have, in a way, their own signature because they all have different kinds of striations, varying patterns. So it would be wonderful, I'm sure, to take a look at a watch like this up close. And once again, this is one of only 20 pieces of a watch that has won the grand prize of all grand prizes in Geneva in 2004, having been awarded the Aiguille d'Or. This particular example is from 2019 and is TN, so to speak, Tourbillon Nouveau, which is derived from the initial reference T, F.P. Journe's first production watch, also the very first wristwatch to ever use a constant force mechanism, the remontoire d'égalité. Lot number 2542, which is an extremely rare example of FB Jaune Tourbillon Souverain in platinum with a ruby heartstone dial, remontoir d'égalité, and deadbeat seconds, not to mention the power reserve indicator. This piece has a pre-auction estimate, which puts its value at the lower end in excess of 400,000 US dollars. Memovox, I want to read this comment because you never know what goes on behind the scenes. I'm not implying that I know anything. My God, whoever owned this collection, I cannot believe he's parting with it voluntarily. You never know. Maybe he's, I don't know, maybe they, let's be first of all a little more oblique. Maybe they are going through a divorce. Maybe they are going through hard times. Maybe they just don't, maybe these watches are somehow tinged with difficult, perhaps painful memories, and they want to cycle through and build from scratch. It can be, imagine this is a very rich collection, but he has picked them up at a fraction of these prices. And if you noticed, by the way, this is not something that I pointed out necessarily, but look, this asterisk, what does it say? On occasion, Christie's has a direct financial interest in the outcome of the sale of certain lots consigned for sale. This will usually be where it has guaranteed to the seller that whatever the outcome of the auction, the seller will receive a minimum sale price for the work. This is known as a minimum price guarantee. All of the lots we went through together so far were covered by this guarantee. So this person is clearly going into this venture to sell, no matter what, get rid of these watches. The person isn't announced. Usually they aren't, right? Usually, even when it's almost extremely clear by circumstance, by the kinds of watches that are owned, by the exclusivity of some of the pieces, by the distinctive factors. That's how we identified last year, for example, the Jean Todt collection, which was sold by Christie's, even though it wasn't announced as such initially. In this case, maybe they are going through a divorce, right? Maybe they have passed and their descendants are just not interested in collecting watches. But I'm gonna try to be hopeful and find the silver lining in it. Perhaps it's just a collector who picked up a lot of these watches, no matter how precious and how rich and how important they are, at a fraction of these prices. They want to get out, and maybe they want to build an entire collection from scratch. Imagine if I had a collection like this and I was, let's say, 65, 70 years old. I would sell, I would retire, and build another collection from scratch in retirement. I think that could be a nice hobby to pick up in retirement. I think that could be cool. So this was lot 2542, the last FB Jaune piece to be presented in the Ultimate Collection, going live on a live event on May 26th in Hong Kong, organized by Christie's. This piece has a pre-auction estimate which puts its value at the lower end in excess of 400,000 US dollars. By the way, once again, if you have any requests, yeah, I didn't want to mention that, but I did also mention it right before you wrote it. Yes. Ah, hopefully it's the last scenario that I outlined. He just wants to retire and build a collection from scratch. If you want me to look at any of the pieces that I skipped over or ones that I won't have time to get to today, please feel free to send in a super chat with the lot number, and I would be more than happy to go back or skip ahead and dive into those pieces with some horological and historical detail for you. Lot 2543 is a historically significant A. Lange und Söhne Lange 1 in 18 karat yellow gold. It is 101 002 with the solid case back in matching yellow gold. The accompanying material includes the book, Die Legende ist wieder Uhr geworden. The legend once again became a watch. Very poetic, incredible statements. The watch comes with an incredible number of accessories, books, catalogs, paperweights in that oversized date display, books on the history and legacy of A. Lange und Söhne. Incredible, incredible set. $101 002 is the yellow gold version with the heat blued hands against the silvered dial. The piece actually comes with an additional exhibition case back should you want to get it installed to get a glimpse onto the early iteration of the movement, which is just as exquisitely decorated, simply more discreetly beating away under the solid case back. Of course, Lange 1, along with Saxonia, Arcade, and the Pour le Mérite Tourbillon, was one of the 4 models that were presented by Günther Blümlein and Walter Lange in the 1994 revival of the brand. And the first iterations of these pieces actually had solid case backs. This is an incredibly collectible example that not only offers you that original statement, that authentic expression of the watch, not only offers it to you with its full set of accessories, but also a bunch of details that have rarely come together elsewhere. The engraving of the balance cock certificate signed by the engraver themselves, additional sapphire crystal caseback, sales tag, product literature, proof of origin, extensive set of product literature and catalogs from the 1990s to 2010s, including the Legende ist wieder urgeworden, limited edition of 2,500 sets, a presentation box, and outer packaging. One of the earliest examples to be offered in auction. Once again, unlike the 101 001, this example of the yellow gold Lange 1 is fitted with heat blued stainless steel hands rather than the matching yellow gold hands. It is said to be more rare, even more rare than that version. And both reference numbers had the solid case back. This is a beautiful watch for the connoisseur, for the collector of A. Lange & Söhne at 2543. Once again, the ultimate early example of the Lange 1 in yellow gold with the heat blued stainless steel hands. Reference number 101002 is offered here with a pre-auction estimate that puts the value of this extremely collectible piece at around 44,600 in US dollars. $25.44 is one of those rare and desirable blue series A. Lange & Söhne watches. In this case, what we have is a Lange 1, reference 101027 in 18 karat white gold, 38.5 millimeter classic Lange 1 case, blue dial with white gold hands and fixtures for a beautiful contrast. The oversized date itself is also framed by a guichet style white gold frame, and the dial is rendered in a beautiful two-tone blue with a cobalt blue background and a deeper blue for the primary dial, as well as the off-center seconds subdial. This piece also comes with the matching buckle, as well as a blank A. Lange & Söhne International Guarantee, the proof of origin / archival extract, presentation box, and outer packaging. This is lot 2544. A. Lange & Söhne, Lange 1 in white gold with the blue dial. The piece has a pre-auction estimate that puts its value right around 38,230 US dollars. This particular example apparently was mysteriously produced in 200 pieces to celebrate the designation of the Elbe Valley as a World Heritage Site by UNESCO, but that was a title that was removed after a short while, apparently. One of the things that I really like about uh, A. Lange und Söhne watches with the three-quarter plate is, of course, the execution in German silver, that alloy of nickel, copper, and zinc, which has a distinct yellow hue even at inception, but it takes on this champagne-like patina over the years, which makes it very attractive. If you like vintage watches, if you like seeing the passage of time reflected on your watch, front and back, inside and out, Lange watches are actually a great vehicle to experience that, especially through this incredible detail. One always rightly fawns over the quality of finishing on these movements, but they have a character that goes beyond artisanal skill, and perhaps that accompanies and accentuates that kind of expression of art and craft. This particular piece is offered in white gold with a silver dial and heat blued hands that jump right off. A really beautiful watch, and apparently one of only 200 pieces produced by that freak accident in about 4 years. This is lot number 2545. An A. Lange und Söhne Lange one in 18 karat white gold with a blued, handset. The pre-auction estimate of this watch puts its presumptive value in excess of 40,000 US dollars. Lot 2546 is a very desirable and interesting example of a Lange one in platinum. The piece has a silver dial, a very unassuming appearance for a watch this richly executed, because this is a watch that does not only have a platinum case, but it is also matched with a 7-row vintage beads of rice style platinum Wellendorf bracelets. Wellendorf is German house, German jewelry house based in Pforzheim that has a very storied relationship with the world of watches. They had supplied bracelets before to such elite brands as Patek Philippe and others, but for a while they made bracelets for A. Lange und Söhne, and up until relatively recently, it was still possible to order bracelets from them to match A. Lange & Söhne watches. I don't think they do that anymore. In either case, this particular piece remains, for many historical reasons, a very unique and desirable version of the Lange 1, and even the Lange 1 in platinum, which is already a rare enough delight. Again, very unassuming, very monochromatic in initial appearance, but matched with a full platinum bracelet from Wellendorf. It has both a symbolic and material weight, a very unique kind of heft that elevates it to another level altogether. This is lot 2546, platinum, Lange 1, reference 101325, matched with platinum bracelet from Wellendorf in the vintage 7-row beads of rice style. The pre-auction estimate for this watch places its value around 51,000 US dollars or more. This was lot number 2546. The piece comes with a proof of origin, meaning an archival extract from A. Lange & Söhne, a presentation box, as well as outer packaging. Please hit the like button. I am presenting on the Ultimate Collection, which is a live event, which is a live auction coming up at the end of this month on May 26 in Hong Kong, organized by Christie's. I want to present these remaining 5 watches, and I'm gonna pick them at random a little bit. Lots 2550. This is the Richard Lange Pour le Mérite from 2012. It is executed in 18 karat pink gold, limited edition with the fusée and chain constant force mechanism, grand feu enamel dial, comes with a matching déployant clasp, which is unfortunately exceedingly rare because they often need to be special ordered for A. Lange & Söhne watches. One of only 200 pieces. The piece comes with the international guarantee seal, the engraving of the balance cock signed by the engraver, product literature, presentation box, and outer packaging. At lot number 2550, this is the A. Lange & Söhne Richard Lange Pour le Mérite Port Mérite is, in this case, one of only 200 pieces with the fusée and chain constant force mechanism and the Grand Feu enamel dial. Beautiful heat blued hands, alpha handsets for the hours and minutes, which is signature for the brand. The red accents at quarters for the marking of minutes in Arabic numerals really set it off. The hour track, of course, has enamel painted Roman numerals. The pre-auction estimate puts the value of this watch at least at 76,500 in US dollars. At lot number 2551, we have a Lange perpetual calendar split seconds chronograph. This is the 1815 Rattrapante perpetual calendar, executed in platinum, presented on a leather strap and a matching déployant clasp. It comes with its full set of accessories, including a copy of the purchase invoice. You can see the two chronograph hands, one heat blued, one gilt. The moon phase is at 6 o'clock, ensconced within the continuous running seconds. A pointer date is provided at 9 o'clock, along with the indicator for the day of the week. The leap year indicator is at 3 o'clock within the pointer for the months. And you have a 30-minute totalizer at 12 o'clock, which includes the power reserve indicator within it in the form of an upward facing crescent. We have a multi-layered, almost a stepped dial execution, once again with red accents at the quarters for 15, 30, and 45, and an almost discreet, certainly very low-key branding for the brand. At 12 o'clock, A. Lange & Söhne inscription in their traditional font. Of course, the business side of the movement with the two column wheels, the split second chronograph movement for all to see, as if it were an urban landscape, as if it were layers upon layers of history in the way that Sigmund Freud described Rome in his, what was it called in English? Civilization and its Discontents. Das Unbehagen in der Kultur. It's an incredible site, almost architectural in its appearance, and certainly a true lexicon of movement finishing, from ribbing to anglage to perlage to freehand engraving to heat blued screws to the mirror polishing to the gold chatons and again polished countersinks, the hand polished wolf's teeth gears. It's something you can present almost as a master class. This is lot 2551, an 1815 Rattrapante ewige Kalender, the perpetual calendar split second chronograph by Lange und Söhne. It's really not a watch that you see every day, even though it might not be as exceedingly rare as some of the other watches that are offered in this auction. Offered in a 42 millimeter platinum case. This is lot number 2551. And the pre-auction estimate puts the value of this watch at its lower end in excess of 100,000 in US dollars. I'm going to share with you 3 more Lange und Söhne watches, and then I will leave the Patek Philippe part of the collection for tomorrow. For tomorrow, maybe I will do a show in the middle of the day so I can catch up with some of my friends in Europe. I think that would be great for me. Lot 2549 is datograph reference 403035. This is the early generation of the datograph of Lange und Söhne's flyback chronograph, which does not include the power reserve indicator and is actually executed in a smaller 30, I think it's like a 39 millimeter or 38.5. I think it's 39 millimeter case. You have that reverse panda configuration with the black dial and the silver chronograph registers, continuous running seconds, the 30-minute totalizer with the oversized date at 12 o'clock. You realize there are basically 2 intersecting triangles, one that connects the Roman numerals on the dial, 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock and back, and then one that connects the hands of these chronograph registers with the oversized dates, the guichet style indicator at 12 o'clock. Again, a perfectly balanced dial, even though it might strike you as slightly asymmetrical at first blush. It is actually perfectly laid out, if I may glaze Lange und Söhne a little bit, if I may simp for one of my favorite brands just for a tiny bit. I think the first generation was just perfection. I suppose after the 1815 was introduced, there it was necessary to distinguish the two lines. So I completely understand. Here you have the tachymeter on the chapter ring, on the perimeter of the dial. The 1815 comes with a pulsometer. The 1815 has, in a way, a more simplified and even more classical, you might say, more conventional dial, whereas the datograph has elements of this um, almost dynamic sparkle. I know Alan Gonzone now has a sports watch line in Odysseus, but before the introduction of the Odysseus or Odysseus, datograph was the closest thing they had to a sports watch, and I think it somehow deserves that attribution, that sort of identification. You have the alpha hands that are loomed, and again, the tachometer that distinguishes it, the chronograph registers, both in the form of the continuous running seconds at 8 o'clock and the 30-minute totalizer at 4 o'clock, have heat blued hands to improve the legibility on the silvered subdials. It's a beautiful watch. An earlier example of the Alan Gonzone datograph, the flyback chronograph in platinum with the iconic oversized date at 12 o'clock. At lot number 2549, the pre-auction estimate puts the value of this watch at around 51,000 US dollars at its lower end. Lot 2548 is an Alan Gonzone, pardon me, Lange 1 Lumen, which is Lange's unique and exclusive execution of an open worked dial. The piece doesn't only have this sort of smoky sapphire main dial, but also loomed date wheel and other elements, including the Roman numerals and lozenge-shaped indices in the main dial, not to mention the hour and minute hands, as well as the power reserve indicator, including its scale. I think this is a stunning watch. This is the Grand Lange, by the way, Grand Lange 1. So it is actually a 41 millimeter case executed in platinum. One of only 200 pieces with a glow in the dark dial, matching platinum tank buckle. The 3/4 German silver plate that already sparkles with a champagne-like hue through the sapphire crystal exhibition caseback. These were released in 2012 and genuinely presented in SIHH in 2013. And it is only one of 200 at lot 2548, Grand Lange 1, Lumen. This particular example is from 2014. 41 millimeter platinum case with the sapphire crystal semi open worked glow-in-the-dark dial. The pre-auction estimate puts the value of this watch around 89,200 in US dollars. Last but not least, we have an extremely rare limited edition Lange one in a beautiful monochromatic yellow gold execution. I want to read a little bit about this for you while I show it. This was limited to 100 pieces to celebrate the opening of a new production facility by A. Lange und Söhne in 1998. The piece is entirely in 18 karat yellow gold. The hand engraved balance cock is also in 18 karat yellow gold. As you can see, and so is the escapement. Really amazing watch, amazing details. You have this sort of monochromatic look, which is reflected in this rosette or soleil guilloche decoration on the dial, which is not something you see on the face of a Lange 1. The frame, as well as the background of the oversized date, is also carefully chosen with a champagne-like tone to match this color scheme. Only the seconds hand is heat blued for a slight accent, but everything else is rendered in gilded tones, and black script. Let's see what the good folks at the Christie's Hong Kong house say about this piece, and close with this. A great Lange rarity chosen for its beauty, exclusivity, and quality by the owner of the Ultimate Collection, and it is accompanied by an extract from the archives. This Lange 1A reference 112021 was the brand's first limited edition, and as such is much coveted and hardly ever seen at auction. It was only in production between 1998 to 1999 in a limited run of 100 pieces, immediately sold out. The present watch is number 19 out of 100, exclusively available in yellow gold, furthermore distinguished by the hand guilloche solid 18 karat gold dial. Lange 1A pays tribute to A. Lange und Söhne's historic pocket watches bearing the distinction 1A for their ultimate craftsmanship, other than one unique tourbillon pour le mérite. Lange 1A 112021 is not only the brand's first watch with a guilloche dial, It is also the brand's first watch to feature a solid gold dial. The Lange watches still to this day most often use German silver for their dials. In classic Lange style, this highly luxurious model is the epitome of stealth wealth in using rich, precious materials with unostentatious styling. Indeed, externally, everything apart from the blued steel seconds hand is yellow gold. Even the date discs are a complementary matte yellow color, as I mentioned, in that champagne like hue. Of superb workmanship, caliber 901.1 of the Lange 1A is fitted with a gold escape lever and gold escape wheel, for which specially hardened white gold is used, as it is much more wear resistant than yellow gold. The pallet, escape wheel, and balance bridges are also in gold and individually engraved by hand. The two tandem wound mainspring barrels provide a power reserve of at least 3 days and allow a progressive power reserve indication. What an amazing piece. What an exclusive Lange one to own. Pure gold. It is amazing. Really, I love monochromatic watches. I'm not sure if I can agree with that little bit of overstatements in the lot essay, which says this is stealth wealth, but I certainly will allow it, not only because Lange 1 is still to a certain extent a low key brand compared to a lot of its peers, certainly compared to Patek Philippe, Audemars Piguet, and even Rolex and Vacheron Constantin. And even though a yellow gold watch will never be, off the radar, I think the unique monochromatic appearance certainly gives it a very mysterious guise. This is the Lange 1A, one of only 100, released in 1998 to celebrate the new production facility by Alan Gonzone. This is number 19 out of 100, lots number 2547. A rare example of a Lange 1 with a matching 18 karat yellow gold dial, decorated with a soleil or rosette pattern with hand guilloché, has a pre-auction estimate which puts its value at around 51,000 in US dollars. Everyone, thank you so much for being with me tonight. Thank you for sharing with me the joy I took in going through this ultimate collection. I'll be back tomorrow with the Patek Philippe pieces that we didn't get to cover, but we had the chance to venture through many interesting contemporary and vintage examples of Rolex watches, fascinating, rare, and certainly incredibly aspirational examples of the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, both in its time and date and perpetual calendar executions, many unique, possibly one of a kind épée jaune pieces as well. And finally, a very interesting selection of A. Lange & Söhne watches, especially Lange ones, that are certainly put together by someone who is incredibly passionate about the brand. I cannot wait to get back to it tomorrow. For now, I need to take a little bit of rest. If you're on your way out, please hit the like button. If you want to support the channel, you know how. The options are included in the video description. They're now crawling in the ticker, in the rolling ticker. You can, of course, use either the Cash App or PayPal indicated there. But if you join me on Patreon, there are very good perks that come with it and that come into your mailbox on a daily basis. I have an exclusive recording where I present you at least 3 watches that offer an incredible value proposition with direct links to where to find them online. And even if you are not interested in purchasing or even chasing after any of the watches presented, since I always organize these presentations around a specific theme, whether it is a brand, a particular kind of model, or a specific sort of complication, or even perhaps a historical era, it always ends up being an educational and informative affair, since I go through my thought process behind every single choice. So click the link to Patreon, check it out. The tiers are very self-explanatory. If you just want to support, there's an option for that. If you do want to subscribe at the rate of $25 per month, which is less than $1 per day, you get exactly what I just described, in addition to direct access to me. And I am always happy to consult one-on-one on watch-related issues with the big 6 that have been supporting me on Patreon for a while now. Thank you, everyone, once again. Please hit the like button on your way out if you haven't done so already. I'm sorry to repeat this, but it really makes a world of difference for a channel of this size. So please don't forget, if you want to support the channel, if you want to contribute, if you want to keep this channel fully independent and autonomous, please consider contributing. Anything and everything is appreciated. In either case, I really cherish your presence and support. I cannot thank you enough, especially my friends St. Peter and Jake Brooks. Jake Brooks, above all, who has contributed multiple times tonight. Thank you again. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, take care, wear your watches, and enjoy them. I'll look forward to seeing you. Stay safe, stay healthy. I bid you adieu. Take care.